Oh, goody. Windows rebooted my laptop. I certainly didn't want it to keep running the programs it was running. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. We've had some long-standing issues with gate effects that come and go as we change the way things are rendered, and I just want to get it today into a place where it is pretty reasonable. Windows is so stupid. They think that, like, if they restart all the programs that were running before it decided to update you, then it's fine. But of course, Windows is so slow now. Remember when you guys saw me who have been here on the stream for a couple minutes. I logged into my laptop. I was reaching over there. I said hello to chat. That was when I logged in. Just now, like 2 minutes later, Visual Studio starts up because I happened to be running Visual Studio yesterday. Of course, it doesn't really start up in a useful way. But yeah, 2 minutes. No big deal. 2 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to make some Golden Monkey tea because I want to get a little bit of a punch. But I need to understand some things about the way this all is working. What the hell is this hard-coded 22? The fuck is that? Dude, all right. We're gonna have to figure that out or just ignore it for a while. So, well, we'll talk. Let me get the tea started. And once we have the tea, we'll talk in detail about what we're going to do here. Let's make a fresh build.
I can breathe in here. That's good.
Awesome AI voice acting. We have a few issues here too, like you're supposed to be able to see this beam. You can barely frickin' see it. So we're gonna have like per beam adjustments maybe, or maybe we just change the color of the floor in that spot. Like, yeah, why is this not... Why is it so not visible? I don't know, but this one I don't have that problem with. Maybe it's like the background is just darker enough or something. Yeah, you just can't hardly see that at all. For whatever reason. Would more saturation at the edges help? I mean, not really, because it's not the edges that's the problem here. It's just like the whole thing is invisible. The whole thing is invisible. All of this, okay, the whole reason this is a pain in the ass is there's just one of these things about 3D graphics. Okay. GPUs try to do a bunch of stuff in parallel, right? And what that means is, even since the early days, you've had this operation called alpha blending that we all know about that you use. And what it is, it's basically a very simple Boolean logic function that you use to control blending into the frame buffer, right? And so the way that you do transparencies in games like this since the beginning of time, you could think about it as blending with the background color, but like you don't get to know what the background color is. So you have this very limited expressivity. So it's like, I'm going to add, or, whatever. Um, the thing is, if you could just have as an input to this shader, here's the color that's behind us. We could look at it and we could say, oh, this is a pretty bright color. Let's do some stuff to contrast more when we're in front of that color and stuff, right? But we don't get to know that information. And it would be slow, I guess, in principle, if we did know that information. You would have to like the way think graphics work right now, you would have to like resolve you'd have to resolve the render target. Which is basically flushing the pipeline and doing a bunch of it's implementation dependent, but putting the colors in places where it's visible to you as opposed to invisible and faster. So like as a result, it's really hard to do some stuff that you would think is really basic. You know. And you actually we do know the color of the terrain. I mean, maybe we can use this to cheat. We do know the color of the terrain behind this in principle in this case because we do a resolve after all opaque objects but before transparencies. But we don't know unless you did a resolve after every translucent effect, you wouldn't know, for example, that we're going across this green beam. And so if you try to do the blend by blending the background color from the texture, you'll erase the green beam if you draw after it, for example, right? When you're going across it. So it's like you would have to do this tremendously slow thing of constantly resolving that we're not ever going to do. But if you just wanted to read, this is an idea, if you just wanted to read from it as a heuristic to know how to modify the color of your beam, that might work, actually. So like you could just be like, look, I want to be brighter when it's brighter and dimmer when it's dimmer, and it won't know about the green beam and other translucent effects, but maybe that's okay. Hey, Adobe Acrobat wants to restart my laptop because it updated. Also, the brightness buttons never work on this machine. So you have to run a software program in Windows to like control the brightness now. Are the beams rendered one by one? Well, sort of. I mean, what do you mean one by one? Yes, we do a draw call per beam, if that's what you mean. Is the ground lit or is that all baked color? Well, this rectangle of brightness is like a room highlight effect that has gameplay reasons why it is what it is. But there is lighting in the meshes and stuff as well. All right, I'm going to get the tea started. Perhaps you could affect the beams in a similar manner, but you don't know what's the beam. I mean, yeah, you could run the room highlight code in the beam code and then say, are we within the highlight? But that doesn't really solve everything, and it would help some things. But the thing is, this room highlight effect is only an early game thing. Later on in the game, you're sort of playing without that, and so it would only be addressing a part of the problem for a part of the game, which starts to really be not worth the you know not worth it. How much RAM does the game use? 10 bytes. All right. Any technical questions while I make tea? Okay, the water's boiling. Making these flying artifacts more bright will make it hard to mistake where the beams are without destroying the lighting on all the tile designs. I mean, sure. Are we getting closer to the gameplay trailer? Yes. Yes, we are. Won't making the beam brighter on different terrains make it appear inconsistent across terrains? I don't know. That's just a sort of a thing that you tune when you're doing it. You know. Oops. Okay.
I can't believe this is
So-
what water is like when it all
So
just
what we're working on,
stays together.
see how these gates are annoyingly flickery right now. This is due to a number of reasons. It's relatively new. So when we render the gates now, we're doing like this volumetric shader, which weirdly still does not look volumetric to me. So I don't know what the deal is. Like I just see stuff on the edges, sort of. But the point being, so part of what we're doing to make it look cool and look more like energy is, you know, we sort of have this interior rectangle marked by this crappy looking mesh that we're going to replace at some point. And, you know, we draw this energy effect in a larger volume than that. And because of that, Z writes in the shader were turned off. And the problem is when Z writes are turned off. So when Z writes are turned off, you don't get depth culling, which is what's causing this flickering. But when Z writes are turned off, then you come along and render a water plane over the stuff, and then the water plane just stomps it. And so all the gates look like they're under the water, which makes the game unplayable and raises my blood pressure by a large amount. So we turned back on the Z thing so we could save our playtester from having a terrible time. But that's not good because now you can see just these gates are like colliding with each other. Now I guess it's just regular Z fighting because you've got a bunch of axis aligned rectangular cuboids, right? Okay. So thing number one, you can fix this just by drawing a separate volume for the Z mask that that is just constrained to the cube position itself, right? And not extruded outward. I need my T to be able to verbalize things, all right? So that would fix that. But also you don't really need to do the depth right. Well, okay, when you're above water, you do still have situations where like I'm looking at it here. If you don't do the depth right, you would actually get a hole in the gate here. So that's good. But I guess you still have issues. So we want to think about this. So we're going to make a little test level where we just set up some gates and we think about what do we do? Because there's other issues. So if I had a gate facing upward, which is a thing I can do, you would see this energy effect. And if it's sticking up in front of the water, you know, it would at least look funny. It depends if you render it before or after. As long as you render it after the water, I think it's fine. Anyway, we just want to make some test cases and just like solve this problem once and for all because, dude, sometimes, well, let me deal with the tea water. So, yeah, this has been a problem that's just been sort of like these gates have never looked good in the game. They never looked good. They're starting to look good now because this shader that we're now doing is better than what we had before. Um, however, there are these problems, and these problems just need to be solved. One of my great frustrations with trying to make games, really through every game, and I understand this. I'll preface this by saying I understand it because I used to do this when I was just a programmer on other people's projects, and not trying to solve all the problems of the project at once, but just being like, oh, I'm being hired as a programmer and I'm doing this or that, right? There's this thing that programmers do where they think they're working on the thing and they think they're solving the problem, and then they just don't get it together to see the whole picture and what's really necessary. And so, we had people working on this game for a long time, and I would always say like, hey, we have this, here's this category of effects that need to work, and like literally nobody does it, and then I have to make it work in the end. And that happened on The Witness. It didn't happen on Braid because I was basically the only programmer on Braid, except when Sean came on at the end to help with some effects. But I don't know how to fix that problem. Like, aside from just being a much meaner boss and like firing people if they don't do it, I don't know how to fix the problem. It's just one of my great frustrations. It's like, why am I sitting here doing this on April 15, 2026? Like, why? Why? All right. So we're going to make a little level here with a few cases, just maybe as an aid to thinking about this. Um, I'm just looking for a suitable blank level. Oh, well, this is important. So this cloud effect scenarion also just needs to be dealt with. Um, but I think that's not that hard. I think you just make the shader for this know about the water and just fade out as it goes to water. I'm just you know, over time, I have various levels that I use for testing things, and then I sort of break them. Now we're getting into really old stuff. We'll save this out. Translucence test. Okay. So we're just going to do all kinds of stuff here. But we want the water. That's for sure. Actually, we could even keep a river in there. We're going to delete some stuff here. Who knows what we're going to do, really? I mean, we probably want the water to be behind some stuff. Put the camera here. We're going to get some gates. So we've got an upward facing gate. Okay, that's there. And then we'll put one in the water next to it. So right now this is, it looks a little weird. It looks very sharp. Oh, and so because of the depth, right, when you look into the water, you see a hole in the water that is bigger than it should be. Oh, and we're also not seeing the fucking gate under the water now for some reason. Why is that happening? I guess because we're only rendering it after the water. And it's being Z rejected by the water. So that's another thing we have to fix. One thing at a time. Okay, that's an upward facing gate. We want to do some downwards here that are the same but different. Okay. Actually, let's not worry about the river yet. It's just distracting. It's just distracting. All right, so we got some upwards, we got some downwards. We need, oh, we could put a sideways just for test. Just for giggles. Mr. Giggles, we're going to put a sideways. And then we're going to put a button so we could activate these, right? Make sure that works. Okay, as you can see, there's several messes happening, right? So there's the water in general. Then there's like with these two guys, this guy is actually rendering before the guy behind him, which you never want to do with translucence. For some reason, they're not being sorted anymore because somebody years ago thought they were too smart to need to do that without actually solving the problem and deleted the code that I wrote that does that. So, you know, we got to fix that. Because even if, okay, so part of the reason this looks so dumb right now is this one's rendering first. And like I said, it's doing this depth right that's in this big box around the thing. And then this guy's rendering after, right? And this guy already claimed these pixels, so this guy can't write to the pixels. If we do a depth right that's more snug, this will look less stupid, but I think you'll still see the effect. But it'll get better. It'll be a tangible improvement even for our current playtester. If we just make that depth right more snug. So that'll be our first task. And then while we're doing that, you know, we can consider having more of a backing effect on the cubes right now. I guess these do feel more volumetric now. Like I could sort of see what's in there. I guess kind of. I don't know. There's still something funny about it. All right, I'm gonna get some honey and milk, and then I am not gonna do milk because I'm trying to buy healthy, non-toxic milk, and it goes bad after like less time than it takes for me to even open the milk and use it once. So like that's no good. So we're just gonna use lots of honey. Could this be fixed by sorting the cubes by depth? That is what I would do in this case. Also, however, that doesn't solve literally everything because there's going to be other issues, like, you know, you have a beam that comes up. It's also a translucent effect, and it's blocked by this cube. And so, are you seeing it at this angle or this? I mean, maybe you can depth sort that correctly. Maybe not. If the beam's going long ways instead, I guess that I don't know. It depends. There's like, but yeah, there's gonna be some freaking on CPU sorting logic behind these for sure, because otherwise, it's just not good, right? Like if the effect is purely additive, then it doesn't matter. But as soon as you do anything where, um, you know, you're sort of masking off. Anytime that you're attenuating pixels behind, as you would with any kind of like physical material that's occluding things, or like smoke, attenuating the background intensity, um, that's order dependent, and it won't look good if you don't render them in the right order anyway. And we want to have that kind of effect on the gates, right? So like as you see here, I can't see the gate that's in the water literally at all from here. Now, that's a very niche case, but this kind of thing does come up once in a while, right? You read something about on GPU sorting that works by pixel. Would that work? Maybe. There are these like order independent transparency schemes. I don't think we need one for this game. That would be a very large change to make this late in development. Let's put it that way. I am not eager to do something like that. This is like off a little bit, like where even the cube is. Okay, so the number one thing that annoys the shit out of me as somebody who has to go fix all this stuff now is like graphics is so complicated now that drawing a cube is hard in the following way. So even though you're like, these are just cubes, what's the big deal, man? Well, they do like animate, and we don't animate them skeletally, although we probably maybe should have. It would have been easier. We animate them. Well, right. I actually don't know how this one is happening. I think this is happening with parameters in the shader right now. So maybe I would also do that in the backing quad. But the point is we're drawing the whole cube right now, I think. We could actually validate this by... So I gave this advice to someone last night who is having trouble learning debugging for complex programs. I was like, look, you just don't even try to solve the problem at first. Just try to do things that reduce your level of uncertainty, right? And so here, are we drawing the whole cube? I think so. There's no discard in this shader. So I'm just going to return... okay, well, this is very... Okay, we are drawing the cube, we're just moving it. Okay, that's a complete fucking disaster, actually. Because then if we do the Z-rights, the Z-rights are just going to move, which is very bad. So, like, it's like, why can't we just draw the actual shape that we want? And the answer is because it's a fucking mesh, and meshes have static coordinates on the GPU and whatever. But there's never that many of these, right? We could draw this using using the fucking immediate mode render, which is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to change the old shader because somebody else sort of has ownership of that. But I'm going to make this work for the Z thing, and then I'm going to instruct him to please change that shader because this fucking drives me bananas. It's really hard to make things work well when you're doing a lot of weird stuff, right? Like this, you know, programmers get, and I don't mean that in this case, because I fully understand why this is being done, but like we shouldn't be doing this actually. Because it's one of these weird things that pile up, and then it just makes it so hard just to do normal things. Like, I just want to do normal things. I just want the cube to shrink and grow and occlude what's behind it. And it's like, nope, sorry. Sorry, not possible. Do they disappear in the overworld? Do you mean like here? So they disappear when they're completely open, but what you'll see here is like, that's not even fucking correct right now. Like, they disappear when they reach the middle point for some reason, which is also like, what the fuck is happening there? And I know what's happening there. It's another aspect of what's being done here, but it's just like, it just makes me want to punch a wall at some point. You'll understand when you pay millions of dollars for people to program and you still can't stretch a cube, you'll understand. All right, so what do I think is the biggest game ever made? What? Why would I care about that question at all, first of all? Second of all, I mean, that's even worse than the question, what's the best game ever made? It's like unbelievably worse. All right. All right, I just can't fucking take it anymore. We're just going to start. This is what, like, sometimes I just get so mad, I just start wrecking things. And they get fixed eventually because I fix them. But, like, that's probably what's about to happen here, knowing my history. It's okay, almost done. Oh, I know. Almost done. Also, I figured out I could fit my pull-up bar under the little... So we have these weird... I'm in like a historic building that was built before modern air conditioning. So we have like these units that sit around on the walls sometimes. And I thought I couldn't fit my pull-up bar, but I can. So that's good. The biggest game ever made is Elder Scrolls Daggerfall. I think it's like Fat Princess or something. How many pull-ups can I do at once? Not very many. Not very many. Like, I'm back down to like one because I just haven't done them in a year and a half or something. I can do like one pull-up and then the second one most of the way up, and then I slowly let myself down. That's what I did yesterday. Running is best. I get bored running. I hate running. I just don't like it at all. Well, it's not. It's bored plus just when you're working out, you've always got this, like, your body wants you to stop, right? It's like, oh, this is making me tired. And just different forms of workout feel really different with regard to that. So for example, when I'm doing just my kung fu forms out in the park or whatever, yeah, I get really tired, but it doesn't feel like a bummer tired. It feels like, oh, I'm working hard and I'm doing cool shit tired, right? And so, like, it doesn't feel depressing. When I run, it just feels depressing. Do you know what I'm saying? You get a runner's high? Yeah, I've never gotten to runner's high. I will say, when I was a little kid, I did like short distance running. I would do like 100-yard dash. And I liked that. I liked like the short burst of intensity. But I can't believe how bad this is, dude. It's so simple and yet so fucked up. All right. Yeah, I mean, I just got to fix it. running on a treadmill is boring. I mean, I have never really done much. Once in a while I would do like 20 minutes on a treadmill if I'm at a hotel or something. But usually the couple of days in my life when I tried to run for real, it would just be through town or whatever, wherever I lived. San Francisco is terrible for running because you step on poop all the time. When I lived in Austin, actually, when I lived in San Francisco, before I lived in Austin, San Francisco was actually a nice city and you didn't have the stepping on poop everywhere problem. Now you do. And the getting stabbed problem and all these things. But like I tried running in Austin and it's just so humid and hot all the time. And you just like sweat and it doesn't go anywhere, you know? Whereas here sweat evaporates like instantly. It's awesome. Once you get stabbed enough times, you get stabbed. Hi, okay. Okay, good advice. Not sure if I'm going to follow that. Dude, there's so many things wrong just in this one picture. So many things wrong. Oh my God. All right. So maybe I should just work on this today because this is pissing me off before I go and do anything else. So you could probably see it now. Okay, wait, I don't understand this now. Oh. So see how like there's this particle system that's supposed to be inside the cubes and now the depth rights are even overriding that. So you see it when they're fully open and it disappears. So this is weird. So it looks to me, I need to figure this out. It looks to me like we're shrinking down to 0 visually. So are we shrinking at double the rate of the cube motion, which would also be really weird? Like, what are we doing? Like, that cube disappears when the origin crosses the thing. Yeah, so it must be that the rate of opening and closing is... Because it's being done in the shader now, it's like desynced from the behavior of the geometry. I don't know. I don't care. So like I said, when I get really mad, I just break shit. Because I know how it should be. I know how the foundations should be, and they're not that way. So anyone who didn't clean them up, it's on them for not cleaning it up, right? So this is dumb. I'm just going to break it. That step 1 is just break this. And then I'll try to fix the shader and I'll assign it to the guy who's working on it and say, sorry, I broke your thing. It's not your fault, but you have to get the foundations. Like you just can't, when this is happening, you just can't do anything reasonable. Like it just, Now, what I wonder, though, is why... Let's put 0 for the alpha so we can just see... Oh. Okay. So I guess the color is being added... Okay, so we're not actually clipping into the water, right? Because these must all be being drawn after the water. So I just wanted to validate that. It would look even worse if that were the case. All right. So, step one, just make the white cubes look correct. Damn it. Okay, question now. We have this mesh that we're loading called gate force field mesh. I doubt so the guy who's working on the shader is a contractor who's sort of just basically in the realm of shaders. So I doubt he like went and exported a new mesh to make it bigger. So like, are we scaling it? Like gate force field mesh. Draw events custom. Add draw gate force field event. Okay. So I think I could do immediate mode rendering in here as far as I know as for how the engine works. I don't definitely know that, but I think maybe. So where's the scale? There was some stuff here about... Okay, by the way, I didn't even mention in terms of all the stuff that's pissing me off, the gameplay code here is already just, before we even talk about the graphics code, just the gameplay code, it's like moving the gate position. Okay, here's some kind of, to the extent that I can convey some piece of general game development wisdom across games to the next generation, to Star Trek, the next generation of game developers. Every single game in Braid and The Witness and in this game, I started out implementing doors where you move the position of the door when it opens, because, you know, you're booting up the engine. It's like a rigid body or a texture on a quad or something, and you just want to move it. So you move the position of the door itself as it opens and closes. Never do that. Literally every time I have done that, it is a mistake that I have regretted deeply and had to undo later. If you have a door entity, the position of the door stays where it is, okay? And then as it opens and closes, you could have mount points or whatever about where things happen. Just do that complexity early. Do not move the door entity. I'm begging you. So many problems happen. So many problems happen. You would just make it passable. You've never thought of moving it, but what about the rendering? Just make games without doors. Yeah, like, don't move the door. So here, this gate is a form of door that opens and closes. And in the early gameplay code, again, because it was just like a cube, I was like, oh, we'll move it up and down. And then as we kept editing this and having different kinds of gates, we put in modifications. This code is like just complete fucking trash, dude. Like, this little piece right here, and it's probably at least 2/3 my fault that it's complete fucking trash. So I'm not blaming anyone else for this. It's just, all right. So it was a mistake that was made, but it also should have been fixed. Like, when you hire people who are high skill, you would like them to leave the code cleaner than they found it. And that didn't happen here. So we're going to do that. Okay. So we have this gate padding factor that answers our question. But it's very confusing because we're putting it in the scale. We're scaling a static mesh and all that. Okay, so here's what I have to say about this is fuck all of this. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna immediate mode render the quads. We may not even use the transform. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll use the object to world transform that we're already setting up. We're not going to use this scale to animate the gate. Oh, it's not animating anymore, I don't think. But so it's just moving the position. This used to animate by stretching it, which has its own problems if you're using the UV coordinate to do stuff. Okay, that's something I want to look into at some point. Okay. So we've got these gate flags that we send. All right. So my first experiment is going to be we need to try to replace this with immediate mode rendering, which might not work for like any number of reasons. It might not work. So this could be like a big problem. If it doesn't work, I mean, we could use the scale method that we used to be using. The thing is, I don't know what in the shader that might affect. Let's look in the shader. Let's see, do we see like UV coordinates? So first of all, we can delete, this is just the old version. The new version is working well enough that we're not going to keep the old version around. This just looks better. We just need to fix the problems in the system around it. So where's the vertex shader? So like, what? This is not even, so we don't rotate gates in gameplay except like when we have sideways gates, they're just sideways. So all of this is like not really necessary. It's probably not wrong. It's just probably not necessary. But we are not outputting UV coordinates or anything. Although that might be, let's look at the pixel shader. So input dot position, scale, center, gate up, gate right, position. Yeah, we don't use UV coordinates. So we could actually use the scale here. We were using the scale. And I didn't like that. But I think it was for reasons having to do with the old shader and not the new shader. So we could well, wait. We're setting because we're using right. Never mind. Okay. This is the weird thing is the entities aren't rotated, like I said, but the mesh does get rotated here. So what I just said was wrong. Those lines are necessary. All right. Well, oh, the scale doesn't work. So when you have a padding like this, oh, wait. So if you want the thing to go down to 0, but you're drawing padding, it would disappear because you've got 0 plus some padding, but it's still disappearing, it looks like, earlier than I would want. Because that still looks like half the cube and the padding should be 0.1 of the cube. Right? And again, like, we don't really want to be drawing this thing on the other side. Okay, so like, what the fuck is adj amped? Like, I know I didn't make that variable because I don't abbreviate things that way. So, okay, if we keep this kind of a logic because we want to put the scaling back, we at least need to explain what all the things are. Okay. Sag amped, more like, yeah. Sag amped. Easy Sag. Okay, so so let's try the scaling version. Even though I don't love it, but like the scaling version might allow us, at least in principle, to have more of a cross section to the gate and stuff. Although not really, because you would be, I don't know. Like a cross section, yes, but like a curvature, beveling at the top, no, because you're scaling it. But if we're just drawing an effect inside a cube, I think it's probably fine. I think it's probably fine. So okay. So we're just going to break this even for the negate direction gates, which are, I believe they're the upward facing ones. So if we select this one, which you can't even see the selection right now, which is another problem with this whole situation. Yeah, this is negate direction. This is not negate direction, right? So, um, yeah. The reason you can't see the selection is, of course, because we're writing to the Z buffer and then drawing the selection after, and the selection is being Z buffered. And it's like, wait, I can't see the thing. Because the selection is using the mesh without the expanded scale factor, so it's completely inside this. So anyway, so you see this is also just a little bit off, right? Like there's the grid boundary. There's where this is starting, and then it's going way too far. So I'm just going to burn it down. Okay. Even this little piece of code about where the cube is, I'm just going to burn it down. I'm going to make it work at first only for non-negate direction gates. Let's do it with sideways. Well, this is the least amount of code right here. We're just going to make this correct. I'm going to literally put the camera right here. Whoops. Okay. That's our camera. It's not a very playable level. So we're just going to make this correct as you step on the gate with time slowed down. And by correct, I mean the cube never goes above the frame there. It starts exactly on the frame. It never goes above the frame. And it doesn't disappear until, All right, you know how we're going to do this too. We're going to make this padding factor 0 to start. Because then we don't have to worry about it. We're just going to burn down the computations and build them up again. All right, so okay. So we've got some position. At the center of the bases of the gates base quad. All right. All right. So open dir. Okay, so this, we're just completely getting rid of this for now because I don't know what that means. And it's confusing anyway. And like, okay. So this is going to be wrong for negate direction. But we just want it to be correct for the base one, okay? So open dir times gate.height. Okay, I understand that. I don't know why we're doing that. Why are we doing open direction times gate.height? Let's just not even do that. Because I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, because we literally fucking add it. Okay. So this is wrong anyway. Like if we're doing any kind of effect that varies by distance from the base, then if you negate the direction of the gate, we actually want to rotate it like we're doing for sideways. We actually would want to rotate it 180 degrees. Because otherwise, if you're just changing the position, then you're also swapping. Like, let's say the gate was supposed to be like more energetic toward the projector and less energetic toward the edge. Then you need to know which side is that, right? So, uh, just fuck all this. We're gonna redo that. The gate that sideways looks fine in principle. We'll deal with the exact computation in a little bit. Right now, we literally only care about the vanilla up-down gate again. So, um, we're not gonna add. Um, okay, well, okay. A negate direction gate has its projector on the floor, which is actually where we think about the object position as being normally. So when not negate direction, we leave everything alone. When negate direction, when not negate direction, we rotate the gate mesh by 180 degrees. So that it is, or so that the whole thing is flipped, and we can do consistent effects and so forth. I don't know. I mean, maybe I think in the shader, this is all being compensated for in different ways, but you shouldn't have to do that, and it's just making me angry. So, um, here we go. Okay, wait. So I think I'm concluding we want to log an error if the height isn't 1. Okay. Minus equals. Wait. We rotate the mesh, but it's still at the ground plane, so we go up. Move the gate up by its height so that we are at the upper part of the mesh. I don't know. We'll elaborate on that comment. I'm sure we have a compile error. No, we don't. All right, so let's see. Let's see what happens. Like I said, some of them are going to be broken even worse sometimes. Oh, we're not even in the right level.
That's good. Let's see what we're in for.
What? Oh, dude, I can't alt tab. Did like alt tab get really broken for anyone else when stuff is running? Like this happens when the game's running, but now also just sometimes when I'm on a call or something, like a Google Meet call, like my alt tab breaks and I can't do anything. It's like ridiculous. Right now it's just like my cursor is not interactive, which makes it very hard to do anything. Okay. Okay, first of all, our camera... Well, it wouldn't be too close up if the cube were in the right place. So I guess the center of this mesh is... Or I guess the origin of the mesh is in the middle. Which is like, all right. Like that makes sense if you're a 3D modeler, but it's usually not what I want. Okay, so if the origin of the mesh is in the middle, that explains why adjamped is 0.5, right? But what I would prefer is to like compensate for that. Rather than have a mysterious number that takes on different 0.5s, I would rather just say pos plus equals opendir plus gate.height times 0.5. The origin of the mesh is in the middle, but we want to line up the edge. So previous code set pos to the center point of the base quad of the gate. So here we just need to push it out by 0.5. So we can get ahead of ourselves a little bit because we know this value is 0. But it's 2 times, I think. We'll see. That's one of those things we could get wrong. Oh, opendir times you can't add a vector into scalar unless you're in geometric algebra. Okay, look, it's in the right place, guys. See that? It's actually lining up. That's progress. Now we're not animating the scale now. It used to work by moving the position. So we actually want to animate the scale again. So we're going to do that. Is it called OpenT? That's what I usually call it. OpenT, yeah. Okay, so sideways gates are always 1.0 wide. All right. So I'm using the scale thing instead of doing the immediate mode thing I said I was going to try. And it's partly because I just, you know, you got to pick your battles. Okay, well, oh, it's 1 minus OpenT, first of all. And then secondly, right, fuck. This is all annoying because the fucking origin of the mesh is in the middle, so you have to compensate for that. Which is, again, if you're just generating the quads dynamically, you don't have to do any of this. So, like, pause. Is OpenDir like up? Which way is OpenDir? Okay, so we're just gonna try minus. Right? It could be plus. You never know. It's one of those. Oh, did I say 0.5? This is going to be too much because, again, it's in the fucking middle, which is why there has to be a 0.5. So we're sort of rediscovering what some of the things were. Now, the old thing was wrong, so we don't want to rediscover exactly everything that was there. But we know why someone thought 0.5 was the thing to go here, right? Okay, that's already not working. I mean, so we want to see that. So the scale is, oh, actually, let's see. Right, so we want to get the 1 minus in there. Okay, I got rid of my... I used to have by value clamps, and I just decided it was too many function overloads. So we're going to do that. Hey, look at that. Okay, so it's actually lining up. We don't have the height padding. And I guess the width padding is the same. So before we add the padding back, we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for all the gate types. Which we probably aren't. Well, so the inverse direction is fine as well. The one that's not correct right now is sideways. But do you see how much better this looks already? Here's some lesson about polishing a game, guys. Even though you couldn't tell before I turned the cubes white that it was like disappearing and doing this weird thing, doesn't it just feel so much more solid what you're seeing right now than the cubes that were moving and then disappearing when they were halfway? Isn't this like 100 times better? Now it's going to get a little worse again because we're going to add the padding, and the padding doesn't scale down to 0 because I don't think you want that. You want to scale the actual physical part of the gate, and the padding is just energy around the outside that'll fade. So it'll look a little bit worse again, but there's some deep lesson here about if you want a game to look and feel solid, you have to get to this point as the foundation. If it's just doing weird stuff, it's not. All right? Okay. So next, sideways gate. I would like the sideways gate to go mostly through the same code path. All right? So I don't know what the fuck adge amped is, but we're deleting that. So we're gonna want to explain this. Now, I think this is actually redundant with this, except that maybe this rotation is going the wrong way, which is, see this 1 minus open T? I think maybe this rotation is going the wrong way, and we can rotate it the other way. Let's see. It's probably still wrong. My guess is that the sideways gates are still wrong. Oh, I didn't resave the camera, did I? Okay, we want... Oh, it's really wrong now. How did it get that wrong is my question. Okay, so let's see what it does. Okay, so it's just like in the ground for some reason. I actually don't know what open dir is in the case of a sideways gate. I guess that's the point. I want it to be a direction in world space, but maybe it's not. So ideally, we would just like to say, look, the gate's oriented however it's oriented. And we're scaling in Z. So we're scaling, okay, it's not rotated incorrectly. Because you see, we're scaling in Z and it's going down to the base there. It's just the cube's in the wrong place spatially for whatever reason. So we're doing this rotation. And then this used to do something, I guess. Get gate target delta. Okay, so this is actually in world space. Okay, wait. What happens if... I'm confused as to why this gate is like moving in space, right? Oh, I guess... Well... It's because of the half-C's thing again, right? So, if we rotate the gate sideways... Let's reconstruct this one piece at a time. So we'll go axis up times okay, well, we knew this. Let's just put the height in here for consistency. And then So I want to, this time I just want to see why this is right. And then, okay, this is not even, like a product. I don't like this. Okay, forget it. We're not, I want to see a product times a vector. So, or a scalar times a vector. So we're going to go plus equals axis up times gate dot height times 0.5. I think it's just that for now, right? If we have it rotated the right way, which I think we do. So it's going to be only be off in one dimension now, hopefully. We're just trying to fix one dimension at a time. Okay, okay, okay. So now, we just need to do it by open dir, right? And I don't know if it's minus or plus. All right, this is much more understandable than whatever. I don't even know what this was, and nobody bothered to explain. So. Hey, all right. All right, so that's a W. We're becoming sane once more. Now, fixing the gate rendering. Oh yes, it's one of these burn it down situations. I mean, the shader's good. We're not burning down the shader. We're burning down all the gameplay code and whatever. It's just not good. Okay, so this is a lot better already. There's still many miles to go before I sleep, but a lot better already. Okay, so rotate the gate mesh sideways. The rotation was around the center. So why do we need these? Well, pause. Was around the center of the mesh, which is a cube centered at 0, 0, 0, which is not what I would have chosen, but you could see why that was natural to create. But pause is supposed to be at the base quad of the gate. So compensate. Anyway, we could go into details, but I think this is enough about explaining why there's a math here. Okay. Okay, so we could start adding back the padding factor. Let's just triple check. How much simpler would this be if the origin of the mesh would be at the bottom face? It would be, for this case where we're doing it by scaling a cube, it would be significantly simpler. Because you could just rotate the cube into the orientation you want. Well, if you rotate the cube and the origin is at the bottom face of the cube, then the origin will still be at the bottom face of the cube after you rotate, right? You won't be like swapping the top face with the bottom face and all these things. And then you just translate it. So you would be like, oh, let's move it to where the base is supposed to be. And it would just be you would get rid of the 0.5s at least, right? But it would also, for me, it would be easier to think about what's happening. All right. So here's the thing now. I actually, I want to keep all these terms separate. Actually, let's keep this 0 for a minute. I want to keep all these terms separate. Like, this is not the right thing to do. So the actual scale, once you have a padding factor, is going to be, so you have the total size of the cube, which I guess is 1. So we want z scale 0 plus two times gate height padding factor. So z scale 0 is just like how much, we'll come up with a better name for it, but it's just how much of the gate is main body is visible. But then you want 2 times this, and this is z scale 0 times gate dot, it's already gate dot height, plus 2 times gate padding factor, and we're going to put divided by 1.0. Just to illustrate the nature of this, right? So we're saying the cube is 1 to start. Hopefully that's correct. We want it to become whatever sliver plus 2 times the thing. Okay, maybe this was fine, what was here. But we're actually writing it. This is the actual scale factor. All right. So what else? Where else would we need to put a scale factor? Maybe here, right? Because again, we don't, like we don't want the edge of the cube anymore. We want the middle. So it's going to look, so the padding factor is still 0. So this looks exactly the same as last time. I just want to make sure it compiles and that I didn't break anything. And now let's just see. I'm actually not sure if the scale is applied before the rotation or after the rotation. If it's applied before the rotation, we're in trouble, but I believe it is conventional. Isn't it conventional to do scale after rotation? Why are you guys... I looked at chat like 20 minutes ago and people were talking about Python. And I'm looking at chat now and people are talking about Python. What is... Why? Okay, it's totally... Oh, no, it's fine. Okay, this looks correct approximately. So if you slow it down, you'll see that the cube disappears a little earlier. It doesn't go down to 0. I actually think it's actually disappearing too late, or the scale factor is slightly wrong. Okay, this is mostly right, but we don't settle for mostly right, right? We're trying to rebuild this in a way that it'll work for the shipping game. Okay, yeah, you see on the ground, we're trying to put this margin around the cube on all sides, and we have it here. We don't have any here. Does that look like 20%? No, that looks like 10%. I'm confused. It's maybe 20%, and it's just hard to see that. I guess if you look at the empty cube, that maybe looks like 20% across. Like if you look at how much of this square is that, maybe it's 20%. So oh, because oh my God. Yeah, it would be so much better to just have the fucking vertices be at the baseline. So the reason that this is 0.5 is because we're non-uniformly scaling everything. So it gets pooched out in both directions. And so this is really counterintuitive. I should have just had the modeling team change the mesh, dude. All right. Well, it's lesswrong.org. All right, this is fucking annoying. Okay. The problem is this all gets affected by the scale later. So like to get this right, this is such a pain. Like, dude, I could have just drawn the quads. It would have been 5 lines. I was just worried that it wouldn't work. Hold on. Let's see. So when we step on it. Oh, I don't. There we go. When I step on it. I think we're just going the wrong way. Sunk cost fallacy. No, like we're not even working on the real thing yet, dude. Okay, well that's great. It can't be 0.25, right? That wouldn't make sense. That wouldn't make any sense. Why do we need padding? Because the shader effect. You want, so this cube represents the body of the object. Yeah, like, what the hell? We're centered that way. So what happens when it's 0? When it's 0, then I believe we lined up to the grid on the right and we were just off on the left, right? Right. Okay. No, now we're totally fine. What? What? Did we have a term there before that I forgot about? Or was I responding to something else that was like wrong? Okay, so let's look at the 1.5 cube, by the way. Okay, so the 1.5 cube, it's going into the ground. Is it going in, whoops, is it going into the ground by the right amount? Like it's going above by a certain amount? It's going below by a certain amount. Okay. That's fine. Maybe. It looks right. Okay. So now if we go back to the shader and we take out this, we are back to the future. Okay. You see the shader is compensating for some stuff, so now it looks weird. But like, I think that's you know, the cube used to not scale and all this. Like, I don't. So I'm just going to ask him to take that stuff out. It doesn't look good right now, but it looks playable. Like, you could tell where it is. All right. Okay. You can tell where it is. What's that Z fighting with right now? There's no cube guy under it. Oh, maybe it's no. No, I don't know. I don't know exactly why that's Z fighting. We're gonna hope that goes away. Okay. Next step. We can draw another cube inside it without the padding. And that's a huge pain, the way this code is written. So I would like to draw another cube that's in a different shader. And then, you know, maybe that other cube would write the Z values for sure. But then, you could also put some color effect in there, right? As well. If you want a different alpha blend op or whatever. So, since that's a butt pain, the way the code is written right now, what we can do is we can just factor getting all this stuff into some function where the, you know, that offset value is an argument. And then we can call it once. And right now we don't even have to switch the shader because we'll know it works if we render it twice with the same thing. We should see a smaller cube inside a bigger cube, right? Okay. Is there these days, since it is 2026, is there any such thing as a depth only discard in a shader? Like instead of saying discard, can I say, you know, for this pixel, we want to write the color but not Z? Because if we had that, then we could just ask if we're inside the unit cube and only write the Z if we're inside the unit cube, we wouldn't have to draw other geometry. We might still want to draw other geometry for other purposes, but you know what I'm saying? Water should illuminate if cube is in it. Well, right now, the cube is not even visible at all. So if it were visible, see how it disappears from the water plane? That is one of the many, many problems that we are trying to address right now. Okay? So, it'll be better. Don't worry. Okay, actually, the scaling... Okay, that's just the shader doing that weird scaling on the sideways mesh. Disable depth writes and write Z manually. How do you do that? You can't do that, right? Calculate depth first for every pixel and then decide how to write color for every... What? What? Every orientation of the cube does something different. It's fine though, because that's all shader hacks that he had to put in to deal with the other shit that was happening before. Now that we've made the other shit stop happening, we can take out the shader hacks. It's just, I am not the main person working on the shader right now, so I don't necessarily want to just go in and do that. Although we could, if we felt like it was super important, we could. But it's fine. It's actually, this is working better than it looks, right? Because again, when we turn on this, it's actually doing the right thing. Okay? So it's really just weird pixel ops that are happening in here somewhere that's causing that. In GLSL, you can write to GL frag depth to overwrite the default behavior. Yes, but that's not the same thing. Because you'll get like depth called if you write a value bigger than the value in the buffer. I guess you could write exactly the same. Like if you semantically are saying, I don't want to write to the depth buffer, and if you have the depth buffer as a read target, you could say, I want to write to the same thing, or I want to write the same value, and that's equivalent to not writing a value. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That's a depth prepass. Dude, stop saying random things that are wrong in my chat. Stop trying to impress me with your graphics knowledge by saying things that are wrong. Thank you. Oh my god. If you knew how that looks to somebody who's got, like, I'm not even a graphics guy, okay? If you knew how that looks when you just start saying stuff like that, you wouldn't say it. All right? That's just how it is. Okay, I think maybe part of what was happening before as well was at the baseline, maybe the baseline was offset in order to deal with this hard clipping at the edges. But I think you deal with the hard clipping at the edges just by having a depth blend, right? I think that's fine. Dude, if you knew what this looks like to an experienced game developer, you would stop talking right now. Okay? You would just stop talking. All right. So all right. We're gonna clean up the chat. This is not worth anyone's time. All right. So like, it's like, imagine that you watched a YouTube video about physics, all right? And it was some YouTube video made by a YouTube enthusiast about physics. And then, based on your knowledge of that one video, you go to MIT and you demand that the head of the physics department, research department there, explain to you why all the things you're saying are wrong if they're so wrong. Does that make any sense? Would you ever do that, or would you feel like an idiot? Like, you can't, society does not operate if experienced people have to spend all their time explaining to inexperienced people why the inexperienced people are not correct, because there's like 100 times as many inexperienced people as there are experienced people, at least. So, like, none of us would ever get anything done if we had to explain to you all day why your idea isn't right. Like, that's just not an operable system. And that's why it doesn't happen. So, if you don't understand that, I don't know what to say. Please don't get Stunlock telling us how stupid chat is today. I know. I'm getting one guide, but it's by like 3 guys. I'm getting 3 guys. No, that sounds bad. Okay. So, anyway. Anyway. So what do we do next? I think I'm going to factor this function. So part of the difficulty is I don't know where exactly we're going to land with this in the end. So we're just going to keep going a little bit. And do some stuff, and hopefully the majority of the stuff is useful and iterates us to an acceptable place. Okay, so we're going to say we're going to make this gate height padding factor. Step 1 is just going to be assigning this and renaming it. All right. Paddington. All right. So then we're going to make a function. We're going to say, so we want a position an orientation and a scale, right? Well, we can get the whole transform. We'll return that. So we're going to say object to world matrix is get gate mesh object to world matrix for gate and Paddington. All right. So we're going to do this. We're going to do this function. We're going to go. I think this is a 4x3. And we're going to factor all that. All right. Oh, offset. I think that's a vector 2. Gate that out, push position plus offset. Vector 3, vector 2. Okay, so that's a vector 3. Not all control paths return a value. Well, I thought about typing this and then I didn't because I was like, the bracket isn't, and then I forgot. EP.entity color. Oh, I think I factored too much. Okay, so this is one of the things that happens in code is this line is only here because we're assigning this, but some other stuff crept in between and sort of increases there's some kind of binding energy that lines of code have, and you want them to be magnetized to each other, and they pull apart sometimes. All right, so now open T, that's fine. That's just we can just get that from gate. There was no reason to do that. Material. Okay, do we need that in there? Materials array. Material. Okay, so this also crept in there. See, this is just about this down here. Right? All right. So nothing dramatic should have happened there. It'll just, it's factored now. Okay, great. It's factored. Okay, so we're going to render a smaller gate inside the bigger gate, and we may use this for Z buffering. We may use it just for like a darkening effect behind. Because one problem that we have, so right now I artificially boosted the gate brightness by like a factor of 2 or 3. And even so, on brighter materials, it's often hard to see the gate. And so, and it might look cooler anyway with more of a thing on the inside. I don't know. Okay. So, we're just going to do this again. Again. So this, by the way, all of this can just frickin' go. Like, we can't render this if we don't have the mesh. So, like, why are we checking that down here? Okay. Um, okay, so we're going to say draw a gate for one padding. Gate padding offset. We're going to put that down here. And that's going to be literally all of this. Whoops. Okay. And then we're just going to do this. In retrospect, these could have been one function, but, you know, as you learn in school, functions should never be more than 5 lines of code. So, oh, we don't have frame. All right, so we got to pass this. We'll pass frame, viewpoint, and render layers, right? Okay. So, this is fine. We're still not doing anything extra yet. This assignment of padding now is like way up here. This should not be way up here. We could do this. And before we do this, we could do this. Hey, look. I heard you like boxes, so I put a box inside your box. So you could box inside your box. That actually looks cooler anyway. Actually, who knows? We might want to keep that. But you could probably do that just with the regular shader anyway. Okay, so we're going to make another shader. Called gate backing. And we're going to do this one with gate backing and then that one etc., right? So where do we get the shader from? It's the material. The material, the material, the material world. Let's just say is backing is a bool. Okay, this is the backing. This is not the backing. And so we're going to have a material and does that mean we need to make a file? We'll find out where this comes from. So we're going to make a material. Right now, the material is just going to use the same shader. And we'll get that working in compiling. We got to obey our comment here to put this in the manifest. Force field monster. Okay. Material gate backing. Okay. So monster force field monster. Material gate backing is a material. Monster. Yeah, so this is going to be a material file. And then what's all this about? Oh, we set the shader manually anyway. Is this a define that we're passing in? This is kind of strange. Anyway, I will continue to do it. Okay, so we need to make this material file. Gate force field monster. And we want to call it gate backing. All right. All right, I guess that's... Okay, so we're, like I said, we're going to leave the shader. We're going to leave everything about it. We just want to be able to get this working, and then we'll add the shader. All right. Add. Okay. I forgot to change one more monster to backing. In this file? No, in this file. Ah, thank you. That would be a suboptimal way to get the change that we want. I mean, that is, you know, one of the most common programming errors is the copy pasta error. I wonder, okay, here's the question. Since LLMs are trained on code, and even shipping code has this kind of copy pasta error that just happens to work, Do they just make that class of error sometimes? Because that's what code looks like? Do they just do that? All the time. Okay, great. Great. Just what you want. Okay, so I am not seeing the inner cube anymore. And I don't know why. Did we get an error of some kind? I do not see one. I mean, this is very loud and annoying. All these loading shaders, whatever. We still have too many shaders. Like, I don't want any shaders in this game. All right. Okay. So our cube disappeared. That's not good. We don't want it to disappear. We want it to appear. So shader gate force field flag dynamic VFX blah 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 blah. I don't really. Let's go back to this material thing. If it's the backing, material is material gate backing. Okay, force field materials array. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I mean if we do this, it'll actually start working again, right? So there's something about this material. We're maybe not doing everything that we need to do. There might be some line of code somewhere else that helps initialize it that we are not currently. Okay, wait, I still don't see the cube inside the cube. What? What? What if we just ignore that completely? Okay. Now we have the cube inside the cube. What? What? We're just setting material, right? This index doesn't matter. If is backing. Did I just forget? Did I just like not compile that one time? That happens sometimes. Here's the question, because LLMs are trained on programmers, do they make changes and forget to recompile and then they run it and they see these errors and then they're like, oh, I need to change the errors. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so this is breaking us. If I recompile, we're definitely recompiling now. And it's back. So yeah, I think I forgot to recompile one of those times. So what else do we do with this material, if anything? So material force field monster, gate backing. We can also inspect the material from the debugger to make sure it loaded. Material gate backing. That's literally it in this file. Manifest and draw. No, there's nobody else does anything. How did I get into contact improvisation? By luck. By luck. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what else to do except to inspect in the debugger to see, did that load? What's going on? Okay. Gate backing. Okay. So we're going to set a breakpoint here. Is backing true material gate backing resource loaded true full path to the file. It found the file. Mod time data ref count 1 source blah blah blah. Okay. So at a time like this, I'm not really sure what to do. I mean, we can step down into this and see if it like rejects it for some reason. All right, so we got the render material. What about the shader? Null. Okay. Okay. Oh, we're in shadow map. So like we shouldn't even be rendering these right now anyway. These don't go into shadow maps. I think we just want main view and reflection right now. So is that in VP? Where is it? Shadow map dynamic. Okay. Like these things glow anyway, so like do you want them casting shadows? Probably not. Probably not. All right. So that still works. Our cube still doesn't show up, but this is one of the things that happens in games a lot is you start debugging something and then you're like, "Oh wait, something that I didn't want to be happening is happening." Right? Okay. So now we're in the water reflection pass. which we do want to render this in. So let's just see. Is backing is true. So we'll go in here again. Do we get a shader this time? Yes. Okay. Target layer. Okay, this is fucked right here. So that's probably why they're rendering in the wrong order. I don't understand this key encode crap. I don't like it. Maybe there's a good reason for it, but dude, I just want to sort this stuff. Whatever. Maybe it's better to do it on the GPU. Okay, so now you'll notice we can see this guy behind the other guy. Okay, so we inadvertently fixed a different bug than the one we were going for, but that's okay. That's okay. As long as we're converging on a working thing, that's okay. See how much better that is already? Look at that. Look at that. The reason you might want to do sorting on the CPU is, again, because in some of these cases, like we have a long beam and then a square, I know how to sort those. Does the back end? Probably not. So maybe yeah, I don't know. Okay, improvement. But we still don't see our inner cube, and that is a big problem actually. I don't know what to do. It claims to be rendering the inner cube. And I normally would say, well, maybe because we're saying back to front, it's resorting the materials and all that. And we happen to be doing the inside one after the outside because they're in the same position, maybe. It's actually probably not true, but you could imagine that being true. And it's getting Z rejected, right? But the problem is if we just comment this out, then it's literally, it's fine. See that? So why do we see it here and not there? I need to be able to see it here to change the shader, right? If I just wanted two cubes inside each other, this would be fine. Actually, it's not 0 at the edge of the cube here. You see how you can see a hard line at the top sometimes? Maybe not when we're close in, but when we're far back. See that? We could deal with that later too. That's not that bad. We could add more padding now, for example. Once we get this done, we could add more padding and it doesn't matter because it's not affecting the thing. In fact, let's just do that right now. Let's go, boom. Not a fan of using GPU debuggers. I almost never do it. And when I do it, I have a terrible time because all these GPU debuggers are really buggy and have all kinds of problems and stuff, right? And so I just it's just a huge context switch to start doing that. I literally haven't used a GPU debugger. I'm going to guess and say 4 years is how long it's been since I've done that. So it's like just to pick one up and like use it takes hours. You know what I'm saying? But it might be what we have to do here. Like, it is a good suggestion. The thing I'm going to do first is I'm just going to see... I'm just going to see if I can tell the difference between these two materials. But that only helps in one direction. That only helps if there's an obvious difference. If there isn't, it doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means the difference is like in the shader or something, right? Okay, so material gate backing and material. So these have different pointers. One is a 9, one is a D. The names are different. I wonder if we do anything with the names. Also, material force field monster might have been the wrong one to search for. Because that's actually not, or gate force field 0. Does anyone do anything with that? Let's go look real fast. Gate force field 0. Force field quads. So this is just an array that we use because the gate has an integer ID and we just want to dereference that. That's not really relevant to this. So I don't see anything that's relevant. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. All right. So the names are different. We expect that. Okay. Different IDs. Fine. We have data and underscore data. I guess that I don't know what those are, but okay. Gate back and gate force field 0. Loaded true. Skip load false. Mod time. Okay. Cool. Those look fine. Data. Ref count 1. Loading false. Dynamic mask. Shaders 1. So shader color is the same pointer. Shaders is the same pointer. Oh, wait. No, it's not the same pointer. Right. It's an array. It's just the numbers very similar again. Um, Shaders. Okay, we've got like 4 of them. Create shadow map. Okay, we'll never use that, but that's in there. And then Baker and Light probe, which those probably should not exist. Either. Okay, so force field quads. 182890080. 182890080. So that's literally the same. And that's like the only one that matters, actually. Well, why do I keep reading the chat is my question. Render dock time. Oh, dude, I don't want to do render dock, but I guess I kind of have to. I don't know. Do we have literally any other option? Um, I don't know. We could randomly change things. Okay, I'm gonna just try changing the shader because it couldn't get worse. Actually, it could, because when you're trying to debug problems, if there are more problems, then there are more problems. But sorry. Shaders, materials, gate, gate force field. So now we literally even have the same shader file. Like, I wonder if there's something about the back end not liking us doing the same thing twice. Oh, materials. So let's just try this. Oh, wait, it's commented out. I was like, it worked. No, it doesn't work because this is not being used. I can think of several other things we could try before resorting to render dock. But it might be that kind of day. It might be a render dock. Maybe they fixed all the render dock bugs. All right, so this is still not working. If at first you don't succeed, you do the following thing. This is a well understood programming technique. All right. It still won't appear probably, but if it does, that tells us something. It still doesn't appear. Okay. I'm I called it, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If I put false here, it should literally appear again. So it doesn't have to do with the scale. We already know that because of the if statement, but I'm just triple checking. Because when you're debugging like this and you're confused about what's going on, it's very easy to just have some idea that's not true. Okay, great. That's fine. So, why does this lonely as a cloud material not work? Let's just triple check the file. Like, is there anything else in this file that refers to anything that has to be like unique or itself or anything? I don't think so. This is all just random defaults that are not even used. Okay. Found RenderDoc to be great when you started using it. Yeah. Well, let's see what happens, right? How do I even do this? All right. RenderDoc download. Oh. They're only on version 143. Dude, I swear I used it not that long ago. Typical. Okay. So, how do we even use this? I'm sure the UI is a little different at least. Screw you. Oh my God, this is so ugly. Oh God, I forgot. I forgot EID. What? I'm not fasting. What are you talking about? Why are dude, it's already, I just clicked. The panel is like floating, and now I have to do panel engineering to put it back where it goes. Like, okay, file, launch application. Is this going to ask me? No. All right. So I got to put it over here. So I got to go, it's in D. Okay, save. Just, no, whatever. All right. So launch. I said lunch, not launch. Oh my God. Is it like capturing by default? No. Do I capture one frame? How do I do this? So capture frame immediately. I demand that you capture the frame immediately. Dude, I can't even move the window. All right. Let's see if we can remember anything. Update global state. simulate, draw water. Okay, well, we have lots of nice comments for all our render state. Main. I'm glad that other people set this up because otherwise, oh my goodness. Okay. Draw water, after water, translucent. Okay. How is it? What do you mean there's only two? There's like 6 things on the screen. What? How do I see? Okay, here's where we're at. So is this after all of this completes? Right? And then you click down. This is one of the things that I never quite liked about RenderDoc is this is a little bit off. Because this is like after all the things below, but then you click down one and it's earlier in time. Like, dude, redo your UI, please. Wait, what? Okay. Draw indexed instance 36, 1. I don't know what that is. It looks like it's this cube back here. Why is that the only one marked after water translucent? Because I guess it's the only one sticking through the water, but that's not true because this one is too. So maybe there's some bug in that. Or no, there's 2. Okay. This is one of them. Dude, this is so confusing, right? Okay. So this is these other cubes. It's Curiosity, what's inside the cube. I hope you guys all played Curiosity, what's inside the cube. Okay, wait. So, oh, we're render docking the wrong thing, guys, because they're both appearing in this one. Wait. Did RenderDoc just fix it? It just fixed it. Did we not recompile? Did we not recompile? Ship with RenderDoc. All right. So here you see, okay, fine. The cubes. And then I don't know what these are. But okay. So we got the inner cube and the outer cube, and that's true because this is displaying. So we have to figure out, where's the stop button? I guess I'll just Alt F for it. So if I run it off the command line, that's working. Did I not recompile? Quite possible. We already suspect that we made that mistake once today. Okay. That is the thing. So now let's lunch. Okay, so RenderDoc didn't magically fix it, which is good, because if it did, then I don't even know what's going on. Well, maybe. Okay, no, we still have single cubes. Okay, boom. Main. After water translucent. Okay, wait. I'm really confused. Oh, it's this one. Okay, I'm confused now because it looks like the first one. Oh, guys, it is what I said. It's the fucking sorting, guys. It's the fucking sorting. Okay. The sort is coming out different because the materials are different. I bet is what it is. I bet is what it is. So you see, because last time it was inner cube and outer cube, and now this is the inner cube, and now this one doesn't do anything, which means it is getting Z rejected, I'm pretty sure. So, however, the whole reason we were doing this is because, what's it called? We don't want a depth right here. All right. So if we don't depth right, actually this shouldn't be a problem. They'll render in the wrong order now, which we certainly want to tweak. But yeah, ta-da. You can't tell that they're rendering on the wrong order because they're both additive, but all right, so render doc, however much time that was, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, it helped us find the problem. Render doc review passes the vibe check. Yeah, they just need someone who programs games to do the UI. You know what I'm talking about? All right, so that was good. I could have just thought of this. I mean, I did think of this. I was like, maybe they're sorting in the wrong order, and I ruled that out, but I ruled it out incorrectly because they are sorting in the wrong order. Okay, so this like key and code stuff, I think we can put an offset in there. Although, if I recall, last time I tried, the offset didn't frickin' work. But also, I don't know how to pass it down as a parameter. We could literally offset the position slightly away from the camera, right? Custom. Custom. All right. Key and code depth. Override key. Okay. Like, I think there's like a depth bias somewhere. No. So, okay. If we wanted to pass a depth bias, see, this gets converted to integer. Let me just add one. I don't know. Oh, I guess if we pass a negative radius. Okay. Like passing that into the radius term is non-intuitive, but okay, so the depth is an integer value that's passed in. Okay, so if um is backing depth bias equals 0.25. Hopefully that's in the right direction. Depth bias. All right. Now, last time I tried to add a depth bias, it just like didn't work. So God only knows. Type okay. Depth bias equals depth bias. If it doesn't work, you just have to insist that you meant what you meant, and then it'll compile. See? You just got to be firm with the compiler. All right. So that works, but the real test is, does it work when we turn back on depth right here? And it does. Okay. So that's great. So now here, okay, so you see how the ocean cuts off for the outer cube here because of how we're rendering this? Now it'll at least only go to the inner cube, maybe? Can we see the difference as we pop this back and forth? So depth right is true. Okay, we saw something change, but it wasn't what I expected. We saw something change. Okay, wait. Oh, this isn't, okay, right. This isn't affecting the water for whatever reason. It's being drawn after. So the depth right is not that. So to test the depth right, really, we would need well, we had cubes next to each other causing flickering, right? We should be able to solve that now by turning off the depth right. Yeah, so we do this. All right, so it's not that flickery. Oh, well, it's false right now. Okay, so we'll turn it back to true. This is on the big outer cube, right? Okay, so you see the flickering, and it is quite bad at some can't. This is just regular Z fighting behavior. This is because we're emitting all these big cubes. Curiosity, what's inside the cube? It's another cube is inside the cube. Actually, that's how the game went as well. Okay, so this is actually working now. We're going to go depth right equals false. Okay. So now we no longer have the flickering. So that's great. Well, we have some other flickering on the side of the cube. The side. Oh, but that's okay. I think that's just because now we're like 1.0, right? For padding, which means we're drawing these 1 by 1 cubes and they line up exactly. So now this is the inner cubes just being bang on to each other. If we make them even slightly smaller, I think that'll fix that, right? So if instead of uh, it's not about height anymore. So we're going to go gate padding factor epsilon shrinkage, but that shouldn't be 0.15. It should be like minus 0.01, right? And that'll just mean like, look, we're not going even all the way out. Minus 0.02, we'll double it. And so we shouldn't get that kind of Z fighting when lining up gates anymore. Hopefully I saved. Why do people say, how do you even code without syntax highlighting? Are you looking at the screen? Are you looking at the screen? Do you really need an explosion of angry fruit salad to read code? When you read a book, when you read Pilgrim's Progress or Paradise Lost, does the syntax highlighting really help you understand the sentences? Okay. I mean, now if you read House of Leaves, the syntax highlighting does help you understand the book. But for conventional books, it does not. Okay, so this is good. This is good. We're going to comment this. Shrink the inner gate box slightly so as we do not draw planes exactly on top of each other and generate mega Z fighting. Okay, so that's fine. So now we can change this inner shader. So for example, gate backing, we could change it. Blend func can be multiply. So now it's darker inside the cube. Check it out. Ooh, it could literally be any one of us. So that's already good. So one of the problems that we had is what about when we're on lighter backgrounds, right? Can you see the curiosity cube? And, you know, sometimes they do get quite bright. So we're going to try this. And, well, we still see some flickering that I don't love. Oh, that's probably the bottom. Is that the bottom or the side? We'll investigate that at some point, but it is unobtrusive enough. So we're probably drawing the bottom right. Well, no, because the bottom's back facing. So it probably is the side. Maybe 0.02 is not enough. It's like the world not being enough. But it's like just barely at this angle. Like if I move the, like we got lucky hitting the Z fighting with that camera angle. Okay, whatevs. Let's just, we want to get, okay, so we're going to go Okay, we actually don't want that. We want to go the opposite way. We want, so we could make the color, wait. What are we, oh, let's do, right, so we're multiply, so why is that not just multiplying us down to 0 is my question. Why is everything we're typing here not mattering? Oh, because the shader's not, multiply is not a valid blend func. Okay, well, that explains it. We used to pop error messages on the screen when you're interactively doing shaders, and we don't do that now. What are our blend funcs? What was the other one? Okay, add. That's easy. Add. How do we not have a string called add in our shader parser? Blend func. Alpha blend. Let's just look at this and see what we're switching off. Alpha blend, get blend state. Shader dot blend func. Okay, so dot blend func equals. We have this adder blend, which we probably should be using for this anyway, but I don't know, dude. We probably take the address of it anyway. Okay. Okay, so shader. All right. So what we're doing, we're automatically parsing the string to the enum member, which is like a fun advanced language feature, but it means you can't search for the string. Blend func. Blend state. Disable alpha blend, add or blend. All right. So that's all. That's all we have. With gate backing. So we could use add or blend. That is now a valid blend state. We loaded. Our pixels appear. We can come on back here. We can go 0, 0, 0, 1. Okay, that's, you see a cube. You see a cube. Opacity. All right, so now is the cube fuzzier? Yeah. Yeah. Can't type now. POW opacity 0.1. Dude, I can't even hit the thing. All right. So now these are obviously much more visible against the dark background, right? So we could do that, etc. Okay. Now I don't know that we really want this to be a cube inside a cube, so I'm going to mess with the function. Whoops, times equals, not equals. That's looking ugly. Looking ugly and banded. All right, all right. Okay. So this is looking more soupy and murky. So this gives us a way to affect the visibility a little better. Okay, the hard edges are not the best, but okay. So that's good. That by itself is further progress. Like, see how this is, these edges are snapping over and stuff? I think that wouldn't be, see how, yeah, it's with the camera angle. Like, I don't know if that's the sorting is changing. We could determine that with RenderDoc or something. In principle, this should be a very obvious sort, right? So I don't know why the sorting would change here based on camera angle. But it could be something a little bit non-intuitive, like the middle box of this compared to the outer box of this. Yeah, that's what it is, actually. So the depth bias for the middle box of this, we actually want it to be a much smaller depth bias. You, in principle, just want it to be an integer increment. Or you want the sort function to be, this is always immediately before this, right? And that's not how it is. So we might have to talk about that with the rendering team, see what we can do there. Let's just see how this looks in some levels. Just as a temporary thing.
Ooh, when we catch this guy, I'm gonna
Like,
give
this doesn't look
one
so
of
bad.
these.
I mean, with all
Stay
the
out of
weird
my
stuff
way,
that
you
we've done,
dumb
it still
energy.
doesn't look bad.
I wonder how he's making these energy gates. That class of magic is
So
So much
yeah,
space,
these look
so
all right.
empty and still.
I can't believe
These-
this is what water
so-
is like when it all just stays together.
Yesterday at this time, this level was basically unplayable because you couldn't see the gates for it. There were some levels after this that were completely unplayable, but now I can at least see the gates. So that's good. So this is much more playable. This was
This is pretty
completely
funny.
unplayable.
Don't tell anyone I did this, okay?
because the gates were in the water, and you just couldn't. You couldn't see them. Even you couldn't see whether they were open or closed. Or in this one, you might have been able to see an edge, but our playtester hit this fucking level where you couldn't see anything. You could not see the gates at all. It's still broken because you can't see the gates underwater, but that's another thing that we could do later today on stream or something. But like, you imagine trying to play this level and the open and closed gates look the same, right? It was terrible. So this is already much better. Now, the next step I think is going to be making the portion of the gates that are underwater visible. Which, you know, we just got to do that. So again, this is one of these confusing things because I think the ocean shader now, you know, we do a resolve prior to drawing the water because that's how these distortion effects in games work, right? Like whenever you see like, oh, the water and it's making stuff under it wavy. So what we really do is we render everything under the water and then we save that out in a texture. And then when we render the water, and the water essentially could put any pixels that it wants. Because it's not straight up blending onto the background like you would in the old days. It's sampling the texture at various points, right? And that's how you can, you know, the distortion's subtle here, but you can see it, right? You can see, whoops. You can see the waviness like here on these shapes and stuff, right? And that's how we do that. But what that means is that the gate has to be rendered into the background before that resolve happens, right? And we might even do it without scissoring it. So I did a stream actually a while back where I explained, you know, how scissoring might work and stuff. Or, you know, I did this thing with crystals in the water, and the water was translucent, and we needed crystals to reflect the scene, including the water. And he was like, how do you do that? And we did this scissoring thing. That's probably still on YouTube. You know, a lot of how we do things has changed since then, so it's not that simple anymore, probably. But for stuff like this, you want to do, I guess, so the problem is if we just render the whole thing and don't scissor, we would get stuff drawn on the backgrounds twice. So I think we still want to scissor. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, this is a major step forward. I'm going to ship another build of the game to playtesters like immediately. Oh, you know what I could do? We had a hack factor that I put in here literally yesterday. Right here. Gates were too translucent. I bet that's not true anymore, huh? Yeah. So now they're maybe a little dark, but we should control that with the input factors and not the hack. Or maybe this also means that here, this doesn't have to be as dark, right? Yeah. I don't know. But the gates in water is sort of the hard case that we're ultimately trying to solve for.
Hey, dragon friends.
But in
Dragon
the
friends.
meantime,
They remind me of home.
you know. In the meantime, as long as we make things playable, we're good. We keep things playable on the route to...
Izzy said there's a chance. The exit was in this direction. I'll keep
Okay.
going. But perhaps
So-
he's having better luck.
I mean, you can here see the cube inside the cube. It's the Curiosity cube inside the cube. What should we do? Like these weird tops, like the meshes that are there right now for the top and sides, they obviously don't look good. We could either try to do a better looking like physical thing for that, or we could just have it be like energy. Maybe those little floating balls with energy shots. Yeah, I would say the interior is too dark still generally. Because even, so here's an example of a kind of white background. It's not super bright because of the sun, but it's, you know, we still mostly see what's going on there. So, oh, this is, so let's just see. I mean, that looks kind of fine, honestly. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that, though, as a result of one
I wonder
stream.
if goblins like water.
Like, this just looks better. Like, you know, the additive version. Okay, this isn't good. Like, we're obscuring the fact that it's a monster gate right now, I guess. So let's put in a little hack for that, because you're supposed to, like, recognize the spikes and be like, oh, that's a monster gate, and it's hard to see right now. So maybe that's why it was moved, but we really only need that for monster gate. Maybe the mesh for monster gate is in the wrong place. I don't know. Anyway, let me fix that, because I just want to check this in and have it be good. We have some no check-ins probably. This is such a fun game with so many levels, guys. Why are they floating instead of being on the floor? Because, so, if you mean these little things,
Izzy said there's a chance.
the whole
exit
thing
was in
about
this
this
direction.
is the gate
I'll keep
comes
going.
down because it
perhaps he's
crushes
having
you
better
if you're
luck.
inside there, right? So the idea is the little ring at the top is projecting the force, and it comes from that ring and goes down. And then just making that feel cool and like selling that is just going to be an extra little step or whatever, right? But yeah, right now it's just a crappy mesh, so yeah. Why is there that cutoff in the reflection of the light cube in the water? I don't... Are you talking about the other level that we were just looking at?
I wonder
Here?
if goblins like water.
What cutoff? Can you talk about how the language helps bridge CPU code with GPU shader code? Well, basically, you know, we fill out structs in the CPU code and they get automatically translated to the GPU. So anytime we want to send variables to the GPU, we can just auto-generate the same struct, right? And it just gets included. And that happens every single compile, so it's always up to date and always correct. There's a little bit of runtime stuff, a little bit more runtime stuff associated with that, because of course, we all know how everybody loves compiling shaders. You have to recompile the shaders that are affected when a struct size changes and stuff, right? So, okay. So let's do this. Let's just, so for a monster gate, we want to go up here. We want to say, we want the glow not to discover the distinctive spiky mesh. Okay, so that's a thing. And then also, these are just little hacks. We'll see what happens. Do I still think it's a good idea to prototype a game with terrible graphics if you're working completely alone?
Like
Yes.
water.
The thing is, it's true. It is true that visuals and audio matter a lot for how your game feels. But you can't do everything at once anyway. And visuals and audio take a tremendous amount of work. But at this point, so many people have made games that have at least okay visuals and audio that if the gameplay isn't good, those things aren't going to help you that much. Like back in the day, it would be like, oh, this game has really good graphics. So we're so impressed. Let's play it. But now the only games that would be like that are like the ones that are super photorealistic or something. And even then it's not better. It's just, oh, that's a stylistic thing that I guess is cool. Right. So like you got to put your time and energy where you can in order to make sure the game's good. And in the beginning, when you're working by yourself,
A crystal. It's fresh.
mostly
The magistrate has
gameplay.
been here. And not
Another dumb energy box.
Right? Okay. So this is at least working all right. Let me look at some weird levels that have tons. Yeah, so
Territory
that's
beyond that color fringe seems
that's better.
vast.
And disorienting.
If this guy is
better.
so greedy and powerful.
If Golden Girl were here, I could freeze that goblin, and we'd be done.
I thought you didn't like her.
She has her uses. Pretty, too.
Prettier than me.
Let's get that button pressed.
All right. The AI voice acting is like so corny. These are working okay though for now. We still have this water issue. We still have the water issue. Wow, people are here from Lana's channel. Look, bad news, everybody. I was about to end the stream soon. We want to check this in and take the W. You do think you lose something when your gameplay and level design isn't getting inspired by new graphical tricks. Dude, I haven't seen new graphical tricks in games for like 10 years. The closest that I've seen was like 4 years ago or whatever when Unreal unveiled like Nanite and Lumen. And like, those aren't even really stylistic things. They're just like higher density things that they're fine. But like, I don't love them. You know what I'm talking about? You're just saying you miss it. I see. Yeah, I mean, we're not really in the days anymore where you see unique new graphical tricks all the time. Like that is from in the past. In the past. Okay.
So you're the famous performer I've been hearing about.
And you're the famous Crystal Man, sir, that I've been hearing about.
Hey, I
We don't
voice
call
acting.
ourselves that.
Nor does anyone else. I made it up.
All right. So there's something weird going on here with, I think that's like the Bard effect somehow. Like there's a quad being drawn around the Bard, because you don't see that here, but like in here, yeah. So that's like rendering order of this Bard shiny with those, which like I'm not going to worry about that right now. You don't see it anyway. Okay. Is that screen space dithering on the cube? Yeah, I'm not authoring these effects, but my feedback would be, I don't mind the dithering, but it should travel with the screen space position of the cube to the greatest extent possible, so that when you pan the camera, you don't get that kind of effect, right? I mean, here it's kind of inevitable when there's perspective, but when you're panning left and right, it should be pretty stable. And it's not. So, you know, but we'll discuss that. It's, you know, mostly you don't have a lot of horizontal panning in this game, and when you do, it's very fast, so maybe it doesn't matter, actually. I don't know why that shader always takes... It's something we got to deal with. I mean, this is a lot more playable. It's a little bit ugly because I did some programmer thing, but I'll toss this back
So amazing
to the dude doing the
So when I
shaders.
found out he'd been turning
And,
people into crystals, he locked
Hey, fellow traveler. Well,
You know.
boys, let's see what we can do with you.
So
I wouldn't
let's go
trust
back.
her with mine. They think they're better than all of us.
But she's helped us so much.
Let's go back here. See if there's anything. So yeah, here.
Hey, dragon friends.
Dragon
Like,
friends.
They remind me of home.
Yeah. So this is a little weird. Again, the water situation, because here, you know, you can like see down into these, which I guess is correct, but there's no like water behind them. So you have this very murky water. And then when you look down into the gates, you don't see anything. So we might even, when we're drawing, so one of the functions of this new shader might be, hey, if we know we're in the water, just do the water murkiness function on whatever's behind it. However, if we're putting this in the same pass as the ground, we may not be able to read the ground because you don't want to do an extra resolve and stuff, right? And so, I don't know. Are people going to notice that this looks kind of weird? Yeah, maybe. But we could also, because it's an arbitrary color on the inside, we could hand adjust the color to be more watery, right? Or we could have just a fake watercolor that you would tune, and it only applies to the extent that the thing faces the camera, right? Like, games have hacks like this that you can just do. You can just do things. Although you wouldn't want that here, see? So you maybe would set it on an individual gate basis. Maybe you would set it to green here because the one behind it, I'm talking about this middle one. Like, that looks pretty dark actually, but maybe it's fine. Like, maybe none of this matters actually, right? You can obsess on things forever. Okay. Very clear. This is such a good game, guys. Okay, these colors are kind of ugly now, but again, it's much more readable and playable. It's something about the green with the dark inside is kind of ass, right? But again, if we can tune this on a per entity basis, then it's fine. And again, we have a little bit of Z fighting showing up here. And yeah, I feel like that's something with the depth bias with the inner cube. But it's still much better than it was this morning. The green is yellowy. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, again, those are just things we're going to tweak, I think. Okay, so here's the thing is you can get very trapped in like tweaking small stuff, and then you go to do the next big stuff and it doesn't work. All of some fundamental thing about what you're doing doesn't work anymore, and you're like, oh, oops. So we need to do the gates in water thing next. You know, so in our, what was our level called? In our translucence test. So here, right, we should, well, actually this water, okay, it's not that opaque. It's just, it's hard to see this because it's dark, I guess, but this is light, so you can see it. Anyway, it's a moderately opaque water. You should definitely, right, if you can see the bottom of this wall, you should definitely be able to see the side of this curiosity cube, and you do not. So that is the next thing. Is... Now, I don't understand how the curiosity cube is in the reflection right now, actually, if it's being drawn after the... We're going to have to render dock this, right, and figure that out. Because it would, if it's in the reflection, that means it's getting drawn before the water. And that one's in the reflection. So is this one only getting drawn after the water? Because of the Z thing, that's probably what it is. So probably this is getting drawn before water. This is getting drawn after water because it penetrates the water. But then why do I still see a little bit of reflection? We're going to have to figure that out. This is the mystery, the great mystery of the Sphinx. And like, what are we seeing here? I think this is just discontinuity due to the thing being scissored by the water. And you don't see anything underneath. Right? Like it looks like you're clipping the ocean, but you're not. It's just we stop adding completely right there. And we could attenuate this. So instead of doing like a hard Z buffer cutoff, we can do like a soft cutoff to help blend a little. We'll see. We'll see what we end up needing to do. Okay. Yeah, we have a little bit of flickering. Have I ever wondered why aliens haven't contacted us? I think the question only really makes sense under a certain set of assumptions that are relatively modern assumptions. And if you don't hold those assumptions, which I don't, then there's all kinds of reasons. There's all kinds of reasons. Chat is such a distraction. It is true. It is true. How many lines of code in compiler versus engine game? I don't know about the compiler. I haven't looked lately. The game is like 3. We see the game every time we build it, right? So the game is currently, including all the support code, the equivalent of libc and whatever, is, if you count blank lines and comments, 350,000 lines. If you don't, it's 234,000 lines. So this is more source code. Well, for the witness, it was around 200 and something thousand lines, I think, 280, but that didn't count like libc and all that stuff, right? And this does. So it's a much more complex game than the witness, I'll say that, but it's also a more terse programming language where you don't need as much code bloat. So I don't know. But this game runs fine on a 1080. Kind of mostly. It will by the time we ship. There's some things we're doing. We don't have like a lot of effects don't have a dial that you can turn to turn down the effect for older GPUs. So for example, we're doing really expensive soft shadows and our art team likes to use them. And, you know, we need to just have a setting where the soft shadows are not taking so many samples on older GPUs and stuff, and then it'll be fine. Yeah, we're not doing anything that would preclude us. I mean, you know, what is Steam Deck's GPU equivalent? I don't know exactly, but we run kind of okay on Steam Deck right now, and we will run well by the time we ship. Those are rookie numbers according. Yeah, Gary Tan does that much code in a day, dude. No, I think you said 37,000 lines a day. So this is 10 days. So Gary Tan is claiming he could make this game in 10 days. And all the user level libraries for the compiler. What would be your target FPS goal? 4K 60 FPS. I mean, what hardware are you talking about, right? On this machine, which has a 4080 Ti, on many levels, we run at 144 or something, right? Not all levels for sure, but many of them. So I don't know. But you don't take any of this too seriously. This is all up in the air. Just feel like Steam Deck 60 FPS is a good lowest benchmark. Yeah. We will try that. We will, we want to run as best we can on Steam Deck. If Gary Tan were not buying all the memory and the CPUs right now, we wouldn't be in a hardware crunch, and the new Steam Deck would probably be out already, right? But we don't. We only have this 37-year-old Steam Deck to use. So that's a bummer. All right. Let's see. Do we have no check-ins? Can we take the W? We have one. Okay. Good. No check-in. The depth bias as included here is kind of a hack. If you look at key encode depth, the radius is just used to subtract from the depth value. So if you subtract the depth bias from the radius, that is the same as adding depth bias to the depth value without having another parameter. However, this is not really what we want. Ideally, I would like to say this render command goes immediately before this other one, or vice versa, because any amount of depth bias as computed in floats could result in flickering in the kinds of cases we deal with, e.g. lots of gates lined up. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's update, because maybe other people have been working on the game. Update my pup date. People are doing new art for levels. That's good. It's good. It's good. Do we plan long dev cycles for the next game projects? No. We want a short development cycle for the next game. We don't need to make a new programming language. We don't need to make a new engine. We're going to use this engine. So it should go much faster. But that's also what I said last time. So I don't know. Am I planning to stream the next game? I don't know. We'll figure these things out as we come to them. Are you finding yourself having to deal with a combinatorial explosion of narrative interactions on top of the combinatorial explosion of gameplay possibilities? Not totally, because the combinatorics are more a source of interesting topics for the characters to talk about. Oh God, dude, I leaned on the space bar. Dude. Why are computers aids? Is the next game going to be VR game or game 3? Unclear. My guess would be game 3 is next, but I don't know. I don't know. We have a VR game prototype that's just kind of in progress, but as you know, there has been a lot of turmoil in the virtual reality marketplace. And then, you know, Valve, I guess it's rumored they were going to do a VR machine, but that was supposed to be after their other systems, like the new Steam Box machine and the new Steam Deck, which were supposed to be out by now for sure, right? And those are being held on to because of all the computing crisis. So I don't know, man. And then is Meta gonna do, like, I like my Meta Quest 3, but dude, that thing's old now. You know, I'm sure you could do a lot better. And so are those going to happen? I don't know. OpenXR can jump off a cliff. I hate it. New Steam Deck wasn't announced yet. No, but they kind of announced it when they announced the other things. When they announced the other things, they said, we know you guys want to hear about the new Steam Deck, but we'll talk about that later. They said 2027 for question 4. Okay. Well, maybe that would be a good time to do a VR game if it's not a huge game and just like more like a little fun game. I don't know. We'll see. Like, dude, it's so hard to predict anything. I mean, you see all these game businesses just straight up going out of business. So, like, we got to avoid that. We got to avoid everything. Make a not a huge game challenge. Yeah. Have I ever worked with Carmack directly? No, I have not. Did I ever play Journey? Yes. You heard they also went out of business? No. What? Unless this just happened. No, they made a game called Sky. It was really big on mobile in China or something, and they made like hundreds of trillions of dollars off that game. Why do you think they went out of business? Maybe you have your developers confused. There are a significant number of companies established by alumni from there, and so maybe you're thinking of that. Maybe one of those went out of business. Even the band Journey still exists. Okay, good point. Good point. I don't really need to pull all these down to check in source code, but I just want to be up to date, I guess. The company was bankrupt when Journey shipped. Okay. Well, they obviously survived that. Yeah, so what's happening here? This level is pretty big and has a lot of files in it. And once you go over a certain number of files in one folder, then Subversion and or Windows gets really bad at handling it. So that's, you notice all of these are just files from the same thing. And so it's just, let's see how many we have so far. We have 20,000 files right now. So yeah, once you have that many files, systems like start not being happy. But it's the way that we know how to do things. We might try to do something about this at some point, but 20K files is impossible for computers. Do I have a plan if Order of the Sinking Star is way more successful than anticipated? No. I mean, that's a good kind of problem to have. You know? Maybe subfolder per entity. Yeah. No. No, that's not going to be better. For the overworld, we do split it because we started having this problem with the overworld a long time ago. And maybe we need to do that with this level as well. I don't know. You know what? I'm going to go to lunch. We're going to clean this up again. I'm just going to check in my code. We can update the code only. And I'll check in the code and data and stuff. And then I'll just do this update while I'm out. What was my favorite game trailer during the Game Awards? Maybe the sheep game or whatever that was. The sheep game. It was not the game about like mutilating the old dude. That was not necessary. Would I agree that startups would teach more experience for juniors than big sized companies in software in general? Usually, yes. The problem is some startups are so clueless that they wouldn't be good experience, right? It has to be a good startup. That's the thing. All right. So, progress. Let me see if I left no check-ins in the shaders. Gate, force field. No, gate backing. Okay. Progress on gate force field stuff. Hope Order of the Sinking Star is crazy successful and shortens the dev time for the next game massively. It should. So game 3 uses the same kind of camera perspective and the same kind of like character style and the same kind of environment art style. It's a very different game, but like a lot of these things that you sort of have to figure out per game are kind of already, like when we started this game, we didn't know stylistically how it was going to look or anything. And that takes time to figure that stuff out. And now we know, and we can apply that to the next game straightforwardly. Is it grid based? Yes. Yes. All right. So we were the beneficient recipients of a raid, and so we have to pass that on. And so closures, iterators, smart pointers. Oh God. Wait, what? What do smart pointers have to do with closures and iterators? I guess maybe that's the section of the documentation. All right. A chat with gigabytes. Farmer Adam. Game Boy emulator. Does anyone have an opinion on who we should raid here? Do not say VTuber. FPS from scratch. Nathan Sfero. Writing a parser. No, parser generators are not useful, so we're not going to do that. I don't know, dude. It's always hard to raid people. We'll try FPS from scratch, C++, and OpenGL. Thanks, everybody. And I'll see you later. I pushed the raid button and it didn't go away. Hopefully that worked. I don't know. I can't tell.
All right. Okay, well, I think if you're a fan of C and J, you're going to find